Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Blood pooled around ancient tomes, seeping into parchments that had survived centuries untouched by time. Seraphina Nightshade stood frozen among the carnage, her midnight robes spattered crimson as the last echoes of battle faded from the cavernous chamber hidden beneath London's cobblestone streets. The secret sanctuary of the Shadow Guard, protectors of the world's most dangerous magical artifacts for over a millennium, had fallen in a single night. Bodies of the sworn guardians, her family in all but blood, lay strewn across marble floors, inscribed with protective runes now glowing a sickly purple as they failed. The air reeked of dark magic and burned flesh. In the center of the devastation, where her parents had made their final stand, only ash remained. "They're gone," Seraphina whispered, her voice barely audible even in the tomb-like silence. All of them. She had only survived by chance, sent to retrieve a text from a hidden vault moments before the attack began. Now, as the sole remaining member of the Ancient Order, she clutched the only item she had managed to save, the Grimoire of Shadows, bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb the light around it. The book pulsed against her chest, almost like a heartbeat, as it had done since the moment of the massacre. When she had first felt its rhythm change, Seraphina had known something was terribly wrong. The grimoire was tied to the Order itself, containing not only their collected knowledge but also, somehow, their very essence. A shuddering groan echoed through the chamber as the enchanted ceiling, a perfect replica of the night sky that had guided the guard for centuries, began to crack. The sanctuary was collapsing without the combined magic of its keepers to sustain it. Seraphina closed her eyes, letting the grimoire guide her. Images flashed behind her eyelids. Hogwarts Castle, its towers silhouetted against a blood-red sunset. The restricted section of the library, where forbidden knowledge lay hidden in plain sight. And a face, aristocratic features marked with the faded remnants of a dark mark. Alaric Silverthorn. "Would show me the way," she whispered to the book, feeling its magic wrap around her like a cloak as the chamber crumbled. In a swirl of shadows, Seraphina vanished just as the ceiling gave way. Autumn leaves crunched beneath Seraphina's boots as she approached the gates of Hogwarts 3 weeks later. The castle loomed before her, majestic and ancient, its spires reaching toward clouds heavy with the promise of rain. Students in black robes hurried across the grounds, their carefree laughter a jarring contrast to the weight she carried. Headmistress McGonagall had accepted her application for the position of assistant librarian with surprising alacrity, perhaps sensing something of the urgency behind the request. Or perhaps simply recognizing the daughter of 2 former students who had distinguished themselves in the Battle of Hogwarts decades earlier. Miss Nightshade, the headmistress, greeted her at the entrance, her keen eyes taking in the young woman's pallor and the darkness that seemed to cling to her like a second skin. "Welcome back to Hogwarts. Thank you for this opportunity," Seraphina replied, keeping her voice steady despite the memories that assaulted her. Happier times spent within these walls before her initiation into the Shadow Guard at 17 had taken her away. Ah, Madam Pince speaks highly of your knowledge of rare texts, McGonagall continued as they walked through corridors where suits of armor stood sentinel. Though I confess I was surprised by your interest in such a modest position, given your achievements after graduation. Seraphina offered a practiced smile. Sometimes one needs the comfort of returning to beginnings. The headmistress's expression softened momentarily. Indeed. Well, your quarters have been prepared near the library for your convenience. I trust you'll find everything satisfactory. Later, alone in her small but comfortable chamber, Seraphina placed protective enchantments across every entrance before retrieving the grimoire from a hidden pocket in her robes. The book seemed heavier now, its pages rustling of their own accord as she placed it upon her desk. "Show me," she whispered, and the book fell open. Words formed on the parchment in elegant script that hadn't been there moments before. The twilight relics stir from their slumber, 7 keys to the realm between. The Lady of Thorns seeks passage. Find the traitor's son before the solstice wanes. The words faded, replaced by an image of a man teaching in a classroom, his sleeves carefully covering his left forearm, where Seraphina knew the faded mark would be. Professor Alaric Silverthorn, recently appointed to teach defense against the dark arts, a position no longer cursed since Voldemort's fall. A former Death Eater who had switched sides late in the war, providing crucial intelligence at great personal risk. Now he appeared haunted, shadows beneath his eyes matching those that Seraphina saw in her own mirror each morning. "The traitor's son," she murmured. "Oh, but can he be trusted?" The grimoire's pages fluttered once more, revealing a new message. Trust is a luxury for those with choice. The restricted section of the library felt like home to Seraphina. As assistant librarian, she now had unrestricted access to the dangerous knowledge contained within its shelves. Tonight, with the castle asleep and only the occasional ghost drifting through distant corridors, she carefully extracted an ancient volume bound in faded purple velvet. Artifacts of the Nether Realms. Looking for something specific, Miss Nightshade. The voice from the shadows made her hand instinctively reach for her wand, though she kept her movement controlled. Alaric Silverthorn stepped into the pool of wandlight, his angular features half hidden in darkness. "Professor Silverthorn," she acknowledged with a calmness she didn't feel. "I might ask you the same question." His lips curved in what might have been a smile on a less austere face. "Insomnia leads me to wander. The castle is quieter at night. And yet you found your way to the most restricted texts in Britain, as did you." He gestured to the book in her hands. "The Twilight Relics, I presume. An obscure interest for a librarian's assistant." Seraphina's blood ran cold. "I never mentioned you didn't need to." Alaric rolled up his left sleeve, revealing not only the faded dark mark, but also another symbol beneath it. A circle of 7 stars connected by delicate lines. "I was born to a father who served 2 masters, one by fear, one by blood, the mark of the Shadow Guard's inner circle." "Your father was one of us," Seraphina breathed. But my existence was kept secret to protect both me and the Guard. My father played his role as Death Eater while passing information not just to the Order of the Phoenix, but to your people as well." His eyes held ancient sorrow. "He died, believing his sacrifice unknown and unappreciated. And now you know why I'm here." "Evanora Blackwood," he said, the name itself seeming to dim the wandlight between them. "To my father's journals mentioned her, a sorceress believed dead for centuries, whose obsession with the spaces between realms drove her to madness." Seraphina nodded slowly. The attack on the Shadow Guard's sanctuary. It was precise, targeted. Whoever led it knew exactly how to dismantle our defenses. Evanora was once a member of the Guard herself, according to my father's writings, Alaric said. Cast out when she attempted to claim the Twilight relics for herself. And now she's returned to finish what she started. Serafina placed the book on a nearby table. But why now? What's changed? The alignment of the 7 outer planets. Came a dreamy voice from behind a bookshelf. Both Serafina and Alaric whirled, wands raised, as a small figure stepped into view. It happens only once every 7 centuries. The perfect time to open doors, best left closed. The girl couldn't have been more than 15, with enormous spectacles that magnified her silver eyes and radish earrings that swung gently as she moved. Her Ravenclaw robes were adorned with what appeared to be hand-painted constellations. Miss Lovegood, Alaric said with resignation, it's well past curfew. Cassiopeia Lovegood, the girl corrected, extending a hand to Serafina. My mother is Luna. She sends her regards, by the way. Said you'd be needing this. From her pocket, she produced a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be a memory, swirling silver blue in the wandlight. How could your mother possibly know? Serafina began. Mum sees things others don't, Cassiopeia said simply. The Nargles told her about the Shadow Guard years ago. She's been collecting information ever since. Serafina exchanged a glance with Alaric, who seemed far less surprised than she expected. Miss Lovegood has unconventional sources of information, he explained. But they've proven accurate more often than not. The memory is from a wizard who encountered Evanora 3 months ago in Albania, Cassiopeia continued. He didn't survive the meeting, but my mother was able to extract this before the end. Serafina accepted the vial, feeling its weight, both physical and metaphorical, in her palm. Thank you. But this still doesn't tell us where to find the Twilight relics before she does. Oh, but it might, Cassiopeia smiled enigmatically. And you already have one, don't you? Serafina tensed. What do you mean? The book you carry. The one hidden in your robes that whispers when no one's supposed to be listening. It's the first relic, the Chronicle of Shadows. For the first time since the massacre, Serafina felt a flicker of hope ignite within her chest. If the grimoire itself was one of the relics, perhaps it could lead them to the others. We'll need somewhere safe to view this memory, Alaric said, already moving toward the door, and allies we can trust. This goes beyond the 3 of us now. I know just the place, Cassiopeia said, her voice losing its dreamy quality as determination took its place. The Room of Requirement still has secrets to share. As they moved through the darkened corridors of Hogwarts, Serafina felt the grimoire pulse against her side, its rhythm stronger now, almost eager. For the first time since standing amidst the ruins of everything she had known, she allowed herself to believe that perhaps the Shadow Guard wasn't truly gone. It lived on in her, in Alaric with his complex legacy, in unexpected allies like young Cassiopeia, and somewhere in the shadows cast by Hogwarts, ancient walls, new guardians would rise. They would need to, for the spaces between realms were stirring, and the Lady of Thorns was coming to tear open the veil that protected their world from what lay beyond. The hunt for the Twilight relics had begun. Story 2. Deep beneath the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle, where forgotten chambers slumbered in darkness undisturbed for centuries, something stirred. A tremor so slight that only the most sensitive enchantments registered its presence rippled through the foundation of the school. In the great hall far above, the enchanted ceiling momentarily flickered, stars briefly replaced by blinding white light before returning to their celestial dance. Professor Lyra Blackwood felt it first, a resonance that called to something ancient in her blood. She paused mid-lecture, her chalk hovering over the blackboard as her pupils dilated. The fifth-year defense against the dark arts students watched in confusion as their normally composed professor gripped the edge of her desk, knuckles white against mahogany. "Professor," a concerned voice ventured. Lyra blinked, composing herself with practiced grace. "Class dismissed early today. Review chapters 7 through 9 for tomorrow." As students gathered their belongings amidst excited whispers about their unexpected freedom, Lyra's gaze fixed on one boy who hadn't moved, Orion Wintermoon, a Ravenclaw whose quiet demeanor and unremarkable academic performance had rendered him nearly invisible among his peers. But now, something about him commanded her attention. His face had gone pale, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his brow as he stared, unseeing, at his trembling hands. "Mr. Wintermoon," she called softly after the last student departed. "Are you unwell?" The boy looked up, and Lyra felt a chill race down her spine. His eyes, normally a muted blue, now gleamed with an inner light, like sunlight through ice. "Something's awakening," he whispered, his voice carrying an unfamiliar resonance. "Ude, can't you hear it calling?" 3 nights later, Orion stood before the cracked mirror in the 5th-floor boy's lavatory, examining the mark that had appeared on his chest. Silvery white and slightly raised, like a scar from a wound he'd never received. It formed an intricate pattern reminiscent of intertwined flames. The mark had appeared the night after the strange tremor, burning itself into his flesh while he slept, accompanied by dreams of vast caverns and ancient wings unfurling. A noise in the corridor sent him hastily rebuttoning his shirt. He'd told no one about the mark, not even his few friends. Something instinctive warned him to keep it secret, the same instinct that now drew him inexorably toward the lower levels of the castle each night, despite the risk of detection after curfew. Tonight, he would answer the call that thrummed through his veins like a second heartbeat. The ancient castle seemed to aid his journey, stairs shifting to create direct paths downward, shadows deepening to conceal his passage from patrolling prefects. When he reached the entrance to the dungeons, he hesitated. This was as far as he'd ventured on previous nights before his courage faltered. "I wondered when you would come this far." Orion spun around, heart hammering. Professor Blackwood emerged from an alcove, her wand lowered but ready at her side. Her dark robes blended with the shadows, but her eyes reflected the torchlight with an almost predatory gleam. "Professor, save your excuses, Wintermoon. You feel it too, don't you? The awakening." It wasn't a question. Slowly, Orion nodded. "Show me," she commanded, gesturing toward his chest. With hesitant fingers, he unbuttoned his shirt just enough to reveal the silvery mark. Lyra's sharp intake of breath echoed in the stone corridor. "The mark of the Draconis Domitor," she whispered, almost reverently. "I never thought I'd see it again." "What does it mean?" Orion asked, finding his voice. "It means, Mr. Wintermoon, that you are connected to what lies beneath." Her expression hardened. "And it means you're in grave danger should certain parties discover what you carry." Before he could question her further, another tremor shook the castle, stronger this time. Dust sifted down from ancient stonework as a distant roar reverberated through the foundations, felt more than heard. "It's fully awake now," Lyra said grimly. "Come, there's no more time for caution." The Chamber of Embers lay far beneath even the lowest dungeons, accessible only through a passage hidden behind a serpentine carving that predated even Salazar Slytherin's additions to the castle. As Lyra pressed her palm against the stone, murmuring words in a language Orion didn't recognize, the wall dissolved like mist. The founders built their school upon ruins far older than themselves, she explained as they descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever. Few remember that before Hogwarts, this place housed the conclave of elemental mages, wizards who commanded powers beyond ordinary magic. The air grew warmer as they descended, the walls transitioning from cold stone to a crystalline substance that emitted a soft, pulsing glow. My family served as guardians for generations, Lyra continued. Blackwoods have always carried a measure of the old blood, though diluted through centuries. But you, Orion, your lineage must be far stronger than I suspected to bear the mark so clearly. The staircase finally ended at a vast cavern whose ceiling arched so high it was lost in shadow. At its center lay a pool of molten silver that cast the chamber in ethereal light, and curled around this pool, scales gleaming like polished moonstone, was a dragon unlike any depicted in their textbooks. Lumendrax, the white flame, last of the celestial dragons, opened eyes that burned like twin stars and fixed them upon Orion. At last, a voice resonated directly in Orion's mind. The heir returns. I don't understand, Orion whispered, transfixed. Despite the creature's fearsome appearance, he felt no urge to flee, only a strange sense of homecoming. I'm nobody. My family is not who you thought they were, Lyra interrupted. The Winter Moon name was adopted, a protection for the last descendants of the Draconis Domitors, the dragon tamers whose magic flowed from the same primordial source as creatures like Lumendrax. The dragon unfurled massive wings that seemed woven from light itself, sending ripples of power cascading through the chamber. The magic of your ancestors stirs again in the world above, Lumendrax communicated. The elemental forces long suppressed by your ministry's narrow understanding seek vessels once more. You are the first young heir, but others will follow. The Council moves even now to prevent this awakening. The Council of 12, Lyra's voice hardened, a secret cabal within the ministry, dedicated to controlling all forms of magical expression they deem unpredictable. They've hunted elemental practitioners for centuries, driving dragons like Lumendrax into hiding. Is that why you left the auras? Orion asked, pieces suddenly connecting in his mind. A shadow crossed Lyra's face. I discovered their true purpose too late. They've already detected Lumendrax's awakening. My contacts in the ministry confirmed they've dispatched hunters. As if summoned by her words, a distant explosion shook the chamber. Dust and crystal shards rained from above. They breached the outer defenses. Lumendrax's mental voice remained calm. The time for choice is upon you, young heir. Will you accept your inheritance? Orion looked down at his hands, which now glowed with the same light that emanated from the dragon's scales. All his life he had been overlooked, the quiet Ravenclaw with unremarkable talents, neither brilliant enough to be celebrated nor troublesome enough to be noticed. Yet here was a creature of legend, looking at him as though he mattered. What must I do? He asked. Place your hand upon the pool of essence, Lumendrax instructed. If your bloodline is true, the elemental flame will recognize you as its vessel. Another explosion. Closer now. Lyra moved toward the entrance, wand raised. I'll hold them as long as I can. The wards will buy us minutes at most. Orion approached the silver pool, heat washing over him in waves that should have been unbearable, yet felt merely like stepping into warm sunlight. As his fingertips touched the molten surface, it parted like quicksilver, cool despite its appearance. White flame erupted from the pool, engulfing his arm, then his entire body. Panic seized him for a heartbeat before he realized the fire caused no pain. Instead, it sank beneath his skin, illuminating his veins with brilliant light that traced patterns matching the mark on his chest. Power surged through him, raw, primal magic untamed by wands or incantations. Elemental fire that had slumbered in his bloodline for generations roared to life, filling spaces within him he hadn't known were empty. A tremendous crash announced the breach of the final barrier. Black-robed figures poured into the chamber, led by a severe-looking wizard with silver at his temples and cold calculation in his eyes. "Stand down, Blackwood," he commanded. "The boy and the beast belong to the council now." Lyra's response was a slashing movement that sent a crackling arc of purple energy toward the intruders, scattering them momentarily. "Run, Orion!" she shouted, already engaging the first wave of attackers in a dazzling display of combat magic. But Orion no longer felt the need to run. The fire within him demanded expression, connection to its source. He turned to Lumendrax, who lowered his massive head until one great eye, swirling with cosmic light, was level with the boy's face. Together, air of flame, the dragon's voice resonated through Orion's transformed consciousness. As it was in the Age of Wonders, Orion placed his glowing hand upon the dragon's scaled brow, and the chamber exploded with white light. When vision returned to the stunned council members, they faced not a boy and a dragon, but a single entity. Orion astride Lumendrax, their auras merged into a blinding corona that forced even the most powerful wizards to shield their eyes. "The prophecy," whispered the council leader, "fear replacing arrogance. The rebirth of fire. Your council has controlled magic for too long." Orion's voice carried the harmonics of both human and dragon. "There are older powers awakening, powers that belong to all magical beings, not just those you deem worthy." With a sound like a thunderclap, the merged consciousness of boy and dragon projected a wave of pure elemental force that swept the council members off their feet. Not harming them, but rendering them temporarily powerless, their wands transmuted to crystal, their magical abilities momentarily suspended. Only Lyra remained standing, her own ancestral connection to elemental magic providing some measure of protection. She looked upon her student with new eyes, seeing not the overlooked boy, but the herald of a magical renaissance. "What will you do now?" she asked softly. Orion felt Lumendrax's knowledge flowing through him, memories of an age when wizards and magical creatures existed in harmony, when elemental magic flowed freely through the world. He also sensed others like himself, dormant talents scattered across the globe, waiting for the spark that would awaken their own inherited gifts. "Find the others," he answered, his voice resonating with newfound purpose. "The elemental heirs. The council won't stop with us. They'll hunt anyone who manifests these abilities." "Then you'll need a teacher," Lyra said, a smile slowly forming. "Someone who knows the council's methods." Above them, throughout Hogwarts Castle, students and teachers alike gazed in wonder as the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall transformed, displaying not the night sky, but a vision of swirling elemental forces. Earth, air, fire, and water, dancing in patterns unseen for centuries. A new age of magic had begun, with an overlooked Ravenclaw and a legendary dragon leading the way. And in the depths below, the pool of essence shimmered with anticipation, awaiting the next heir to answer its call. Story 3. The Forbidden Forest had always harbored secrets within its ancient boughs, but none so dangerous as the one that stirred beneath the grove of whispering pines. As twilight descended upon Hogwarts, turning the castle's spires to silhouettes against a blood-red sky, the barrier, invisible yet palpable to those attuned to old magic, weakened further. The ground trembled, a brief shudder like the forest itself, drawing a pained breath. In the heart of the grove, A standing stone etched with runes that had glowed steadily for centuries flickered, its light faltering for 3 heartbeats before steadying once more. Professor Thaddeus Ravenswood felt the disturbance even from his office in the castle's east tower. The quill he'd been using to grade essays slipped from his fingers, spattering ink across a second year's parchment as a wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision darkened at the edges, and for an instant he heard them, voices speaking in a language too ancient for comprehension yet somehow familiar, as though remembered from a dream. The voices called to something inside him, stirring blood that had slumbered in ignorance for generations. When his senses cleared, Thaddeus found himself standing before the window, one hand pressed against the glass as he stared toward the forest's edge, where shadows seemed to move with unnatural purpose. "Not yet," he whispered, though he didn't fully understand what drove him to speak the words. "Not in my lifetime." The next morning, as weak autumn sunlight struggled to penetrate the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, Headmistress McGonagall's voice cut through the usual breakfast chatter with unusual gravity. "Your attention, please," she called, and the hall fell silent immediately. McGonagall rarely addressed the entire school outside of feasts and official occasions. "I must inform you that 2 students did not return to their dormitories last night. 5th-year Gryffindors, Marcus Fletcher and Diana Westwood, were last seen near the groundskeeper's hut at sunset." Murmurs rippled through the assembled students. Disappearances at Hogwarts were rare in the peaceful decades following Voldemort's defeat. The Forbidden Forest is now absolutely restricted to all students without exception. McGonagall continued. The staff will conduct a thorough search. Classes will proceed as scheduled. As students reluctantly dispersed toward their morning lessons, Thaddeus felt a presence at his elbow. Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor whose night watch had given her eyes that seemed to see more than just stars, regarded him with undisguised concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Thaddeus," she said quietly. "And not our friendly castle variety." He managed a weak smile. "Just worried about the students. The forest has been restless lately." "Restless?" Aurora's gaze sharpened. "That's an interesting choice of words for a forest." Before he could respond, a commotion at the entrance hall drew their attention. Rubeus Hagrid, now white-bearded but no less imposing, burst through the doors, cradling something in his massive arms. As he approached the staff table, Thaddeus saw it was the unconscious form of Diana Westwood, her school robes torn and muddied, face deathly pale save for strange, ash-colored markings across her brow. "Found her at the forest's edge," Hagrid reported grimly. "No sign of young Fletcher, but there was this." He produced a torn scrap of parchment, which McGonagall took with cautious fingers. Her eyes widened slightly as she read the single line, scrawled in what appeared to be charcoal. "The immortals rise as the Guardian's line fades. Find the 4, or all shall be shadow." McGonagall's gaze lifted to Thaddeus, and he felt the weight of unasked questions. "Professor Ravenswood, a moment of your time, please." The headmistress's office had changed little since Dumbledore's time. The portraits of former headmasters watched with varying degrees of interest as McGonagall placed the parchment on her desk between them. "I believe this concerns your family, Thaddeus," she said without preamble. He stared at the parchment, a cold weight settling in his stomach. "I don't understand." "Don't you?" Her voice softened slightly. Albus kept records of all the old magical bloodlines. "The Ravenswoods have guarded something in the Forbidden Forest for centuries, something few are privileged to know about. My parents never mentioned. They wouldn't have known. The knowledge passes only to those who must bear the responsibility." McGonagall removed her spectacles, suddenly looking every one of her considerable years. I had hoped it wouldn't be necessary in your lifetime, but the signs are unmistakable. The immortals are stirring. The immortals? The name sent an involuntary shiver down his spine, resonating with the voices he'd heard the previous evening. An order of dark practitioners who discovered a form of immortality so abhorrent that even Voldemort rejected it. They were bound beneath the forest nearly 7 centuries ago by a coalition of the most powerful wizards of the age, led by your ancestor, Corvinus Ravenswood. Thaddeus sank into a chair, his mind reeling. If they're bound, how? All magical barriers require maintenance. The responsibility fell to your bloodline, but somewhere through the generations, the knowledge was lost. Now the barrier weakens, and the immortals test their bonds. What can I do? I don't have any special knowledge or power. The magic is in your blood, whether you recognize it or not. McGonagall's expression was grave. And according to this message, we must locate 4 objects, almost certainly relics of the Founders, to reinforce the barrier before it fails completely. A knock at the door interrupted them. At McGonagall's word, it opened to reveal a tall, slender girl in Slytherin robes, her dark hair framing sharp features and eyes that held a wary intelligence. "You sent for me, headmistress?" Her voice carried the cultured tones of old wizarding nobility. "Yes, Miss Blackthorne, please join us." McGonagall gestured to an empty chair. "Professor Ravenswood, this is Ilara Blackthorne, 7th year prefect." "Miss Blackthorne, I believe your family history may be relevant to our current situation." Ilara's eyes narrowed slightly as she took the offered seat. "You mean the immortals?" Thaddeus couldn't hide his surprise. "You know about them?" "My family doesn't speak of it openly, but yes." Her gaze met his with unexpected intensity. "The Blackthorns served the immortals before their imprisonment. Some say willingly, others claim under compulsion. Either way, the shame has haunted our line for centuries. Yet here you sit, trusted with one of the school's highest honors," McGonagall observed. "I've worked very hard to prove that ancient allegiances don't define me." A flash of defiance crossed Ilara's face before she composed herself once more. "But I do have access to certain family records that might prove useful. Then it seems fate has placed you both here at this crucial moment." McGonagall rose, moving to a cabinet that Thaddeus had never seen opened. From it, she withdrew a small wooden box, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "This contains the only known map to the Founders' relics. Helga Hufflepuff's cup has been destroyed, and Gryffindor's sword resides here in this office, but Ravenclaw's diadem was remade after the Battle of Hogwarts, and Slytherin left more than just a locket." As McGonagall opened the box, a spectral image rose from within, a 3-dimensional map of Hogwarts and its surroundings, with 4 pulsing lights at scattered locations. One shone within the castle itself, another deep in the forest, a third beneath the dark waters of the lake, and the 4th at a location far beyond the school grounds. "We have perhaps a fortnight before the barrier fails completely," McGonagall said. "You must recover these relics and take them to the Grove of Whispering Pines by the next full moon." "We?" Thaddeus echoed. "Surely more experienced wizards. Only a Ravenswood can renew the barrier, and only a Blackthorn can approach the immortals' prison without losing their mind to the shadows." McGonagall's tone left no room for argument. "I will provide what support I can, but the school must continue to function, and panic must be avoided at all costs." 3 days later, as dusk descended over the castle, Thaddeus and Ilara stood before the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, the first location marked on their spectral map. "Are you certain about this?" Thaddeus asked. eyeing the carved serpents that guarded the entrance to Salazar's infamous chamber. "The basilisk may be gone, but other dangers could remain. We have little choice," Ilara replied, her wand casting eerie shadows across the bathroom tiles. "Besides, this is where the map leads us." Since their meeting with McGonagall, 3 more students had vanished, and strange shadows had been glimpsed flitting through the castle corridors at night. Insubstantial, yet somehow menacing. Worse, Thaddeus had begun experiencing moments where his consciousness seemed to slip, drawn toward the forest by the voices that grew stronger each day. "The immortals are calling to your blood," Ilara had explained when he confessed these episodes. "Part of you recognizes them as kin. I'm nothing like them," he'd protested. "We all carry darkness, Professor. The question is whether we let it consume us." Now, as Ilara spoke the Parseltongue phrase she had memorized from Potter's accounts, the chamber entrance groaned open. Stale air rushed past them, carrying centuries of secrets. "After you," she said with a hint of her usual Slytherin poise. The vast chamber lay in ruins from the battle decades earlier, but the statue of Salazar Slytherin remained, impassive and imposing. As they approached, their wandlight revealed a small alcove at its base that neither Potter nor Weasley had mentioned in their accounts. "There," Ilara pointed to a gleaming object half buried in stone debris. "Slytherin's signet ring." As Thaddeus reached for it, a shadow detached itself from the statue, coalescing into a form that was almost human but wrong in ways that defied description. Its voice, when it spoke, was the same that had haunted Thaddeus's dreams. "Son of Corvinus." It hissed in that ancient tongue that somehow he understood. "Your blood calls to us. Release us, and no power beyond imagining." Thaddeus felt his hand trembling, drawn toward the entity by a pull that seemed to originate from deep within his own veins. The darkness that had always lurked at the edges of his consciousness surged forward, whispering promises of knowledge and mastery over magics long forgotten. "Professor," Ilara's voice seemed to come from miles away. "Remember who you are." The shadow reached for him with appendages that were neither hands nor claws, but something more primordial. "You cannot resist your true nature, Guardian. The barrier falls, and we shall walk again beneath the stars." In that moment, suspended between his ancestral duty and the seductive call of darkness, Thaddeus made his choice. His wand slashed through the air as he spoke words that rose from memory he didn't know he possessed, an incantation of binding and banishment. Light erupted from his wand, not the expected silver of a Patronus, but a deep gold that cut through the shadow like a physical blade. The entity shrieked, its form dispersing into wisps of darkness that retreated into the cracks of the ancient chamber. As it vanished, Thaddeus felt something shift within himself, the magic of his bloodline awakening after generations of dormancy. Ilara watched him with new respect as he retrieved Slytherin's ring, its emerald gleaming in the wandlight. "You really are the Guardian," she said softly. "Perhaps," he admitted, studying the ring. "But this is only the beginning. 3 more relics to find, and the shadows grow stronger each day." Above them, Hogwarts settled into uneasy slumber as ancient evils tested their bonds and 2 unlikely allies prepared to face the darkness that threatened to consume not just the school, but the wizarding world itself. In the Forbidden Forest, the standing stone's glow dimmed further, and whispers of the Immortals' imminent return rippled through the dark places of the world, where old magic never truly died. The curse of the last Guardian had begun to unfold, and only time would tell if Thaddeus Ravenswood would be strong enough to resist the call of his own blood, long enough to save those he had sworn to protect. Story 4. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. On this particular evening, they whispered of danger. Professor Artemis Crowley paused in the third-floor corridor, his hand resting against the cool granite wall as he felt the subtle tremor, like the castle itself was shivering. Above him, the enchanted ceiling of the corridor, normally reflecting a perfect starlit sky, flickered momentarily to reveal ordinary wooden beams before resuming its magical illusion. "Most concerning," he murmured, adjusting his wire-rimmed spectacles. As the school's ancient runes professor, Artemis had developed a particular sensitivity to the castle's magic, a connection that had grown increasingly disquieting over recent weeks. The protective enchantments of Hogwarts, spells that had withstood centuries of dark forces, were failing. Artemis continued toward the library with quickened steps, his crimson robes billowing behind him. At this late hour, the vast chamber of knowledge stood empty, save for the occasional rustling of pages as books reshelved themselves. Madame Pince had long retired, leaving him to his research undisturbed. "Lumos Maxima," he whispered, and orbs of golden light floated upward to illuminate the restricted section. Tonight, he sought a specific text, one mentioned only in passing in his earlier research. Hogwarts, Beyond the Founders, a volume so rare that most scholars doubted its existence. Hours passed before his fingers brushed against a slim, leather-bound tome, hidden behind a row of more imposing volumes on medieval transfiguration. The book practically hummed with dormant magic, its cover unmarked except for a curious symbol, 4 interlocking circles beneath a quill. Dawn was breaking over the forbidden forest when Artemis finally looked up from the ancient pages, his face pale in the early morning light filtering through the library's high windows. "The chronicler?" he whispered to the empty room. How could we have forgotten? The castle's grand clock tower had just struck 9 when the first attack came. Without warning, the protective barriers around the astronomy tower shattered like glass, the magical backlash knocking students from their feet. Through the breach poured dark, hooded figures, their wands slashing through the air with brutal efficiency. By midday, half the castle lay in ruins. The Great Hall had become an infirmary, its enchanted ceiling frozen in a state of turbulent storm clouds that reflected the chaos below. Professors maintained defensive positions at strategic points throughout the school, but Artemis knew they were fighting a losing battle. Whatever force had weakened the castle's protections had done its work too well. "I, Professor Crowley," a voice cut through his thoughts as he hurried through the dungeons, clutching the discovered tome to his chest. "You need to come quickly." Elias Thorne, the castle's caretaker, stood in the shadows of a narrow passageway Artemis had never noticed before. The man's typically hunched posture had straightened, his eyes no longer darting nervously, but instead fixed with surprising intensity. "Mr. Thorne, I'm afraid I don't have time." "You found the book," Elias interrupted, nodding toward the volume in Artemis's hands. "Then you know what's happening. Who I am." Artemis studied the caretaker with new eyes, recognition dawning. "The castle's magic is failing because I've failed in my duty," Elias finished, his voice heavy with centuries of knowledge that belied his apparent age. "I am, or was meant to be, the chronicler. The last of my line. Come, there isn't much time." The hidden chamber beneath the castle's foundations glowed with an ethereal blue light that seemed to emanate from the very stones. At its center stood a pedestal of white marble, atop which rested an enormous book bound in what appeared to be dragon hide. Its pages rippled as though stirred by an unfelt breeze. The Codex Hogwartia, Elias explained, approaching the pedestal with reverence. The living heart of the school's magic, entrusted to the chroniclers since the time of the founders. Artemis circled the book in wonder. The texts mention a guardian of the school's deepest secrets, but nothing of this magnitude. Why isn't this taught in our history? Knowledge can be both weapon and shield, Professor. The founders understood this. Elias ran his fingers across the Codex's cover. Each generation of chroniclers was chosen for their ability to observe without interfering, to record without judgment, to protect without seeking power. Then why is the castle's magic failing now? Elias's weathered face crumpled with shame. Because I never completed the chronicler's rite. My father died before he could teach me everything, and I feared I wasn't worthy. I've maintained the basic enchantments, but without proper communion with the Codex. A thunderous explosion shook dust from the chamber's ceiling, interrupting his explanation. They've breached the Great Hall, Artemis said grimly. Who leads them, Elias? Who could know about the Codex? Lord Malachi, Elias whispered, the name itself seeming to dim the chamber's light. He was once Marcellus Nightshade, the most brilliant student Hogwarts had seen in a century. He discovered references to the chronicler in old texts and became obsessed with the power such knowledge might grant. I remember him, Artemis nodded. Graduated 20 years ago, disappeared after working briefly for the Department of Mysteries. He seeks immortality through the Codex. The book doesn't merely record Hogwarts' history, it contains the essence of its magic. With it, one could theoretically reshape reality itself. Another explosion, closer now, sent cracks spreading across the chamber's ancient ceiling. We need help, Artemis decided. And Dad and I know just where to find it. 4 students, one from each house, stood in a semicircle before the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw, whose painted eyes surveyed them with shrewd intelligence. The situation is indeed dire, the portrait acknowledged, her voice carrying the wisdom of ages. The founders anticipated such a threat, though we hoped it would never come to pass. Artemis had chosen the students carefully. Cassandra Blackwood, a 7th-year Slytherin whose talent for magical theory rivaled his own, Frederick Lionheart, a Gryffindor dueling champion whose courage never wavered, Ilara Hawthorne, a Ravenclaw whose encyclopedic knowledge of the castle's architecture had already saved countless lives during the attack, and Thaddeus Summers, a gentle Hufflepuff whose extraordinary talent for healing magic had kept the casualty count remarkably low. And the Codex requires proper balance to function, Rowena's portrait continued. The chronicler stands at the center, but draws strength from the 4 elements the founders themselves embodied: courage, cunning, wisdom, and loyalty. But I'm not a true chronicler, Elias protested. I never completed the rite. Rowena's painted lips curved into a knowing smile. The bloodline was never what mattered, Mr. Thorne. It was always about the heart. The willingness to serve as witness to history without seeking to control it. A deafening crash reverberated through the castle, followed by screams. They've reached the central staircase, Frederick reported grimly, his wand already drawn. We have minutes at most. Then we shall be ready, Artemis declared, leading the group through a concealed door behind Rowena's portrait, a passage directly to the chamber below. Lord Malachi stood before the Codex, his once handsome features twisted with ambition and the dark magic that had prolonged his life beyond natural means. A dozen hooded figures formed a protective circle around him, wands trained on the new arrivals. Professor Crowley, Malachi greeted, his voice smooth as silk despite the malice in his eyes. How kind of you to escort me to the final piece of my grand work. This ends now, Marcellus, Artemis replied, his own wand steady despite the overwhelming odds. The codex isn't meant for any one person's use. Malachi laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. Such limited thinking from one who studies ancient magic. This book holds the key to transcending death itself. The founders knew this. Why else hide it so thoroughly? Because some knowledge comes at too great a cost. Elias stepped forward, no longer the hunched caretaker, but standing tall with newfound purpose. The Codex sustains Hogwarts itself. Without it, all would collapse. A sacrifice I'm willing to make, Malachi sneered, raising his wand. Enough talk, Avada! Now! Artemis shouted. The 4 students moved with perfect coordination, each casting a different spell simultaneously. Frederick's shield charm expanded to protect the group, while Cassandra's counter-curse disrupted Malachi's killing curse. Ilara's precisely aimed stunning spell struck 2 of Malachi's followers, and Thaddeus conjured a cloud of golden mist that momentarily blinded the remaining attackers. In the confusion, Elias darted toward the codex, placing his hands upon its ancient cover. I, Elias Thorne, accept the duty of chronicler, in service to Hogwarts and all who dwell within her walls. The chamber blazed with sudden light as magic long dormant awakened. The codex's pages began turning rapidly, golden script appearing as though written by an invisible hand. No! Malachi howled, struggling against a sudden wind that swirled through the chamber. It's mine by right of discovery. The Codex chooses, came Rowena Ravenclaw's voice. Though her portrait was floors above them, somehow her essence had followed them, and it has never chosen those who seek to possess it. The 4 students moved to surround the pedestal, each standing at a cardinal point. Acting on instinct, they joined hands, forming a circle around Elias and the book. From 4 houses, 1 school, Artemis intoned, completing the circuit by placing one hand on Frederick's shoulder and the other on Cassandra's. From 4 elements, 1 magic. The codex rose from its pedestal, hovering in the air before Elias. Its pages glowed with symbols from all magical traditions, runes, hieroglyphs, alchemical signs, and scripts long forgotten by all but the most dedicated scholars. Malachi made one desperate lunge toward the book, but the moment his fingers touched its surface, he recoiled as though burned. The dark wizard screamed as golden light enveloped him, searing away the corrupted magic that had sustained his unnatural life. The Codex does not grant immortality, Elias explained, his voice resonating with newfound authority. It witnesses life in all its impermanence and beauty. As Malachi collapsed, his followers fled, their master's fall breaking whatever hold he had maintained over them. Throughout the castle, the damaged protective enchantments began to restore themselves, ancient stones shifting back into place as though time itself were reversing. In the chamber, the codex gently returned to its pedestal, its pages settling on a fresh sheet of parchment. Elias picked up a quill that materialized beside the book and began to write. And today, he read aloud as he wrote, Hogwarts remembered its true strength, not in walls or spells, but in the unity of its houses and the courage of its inhabitants. The 4 students exchanged wondering glances as the castle above them hummed with renewed magical energy. Artemis smiled, feeling the restoration of something precious that had been forgotten but never truly lost. The chronicler has returned, he said softly. And with him, the heart of Hogwarts beats strong once more. Story 5. Moonlight poured through the ancient stained-glass windows of Hogwarts' North Tower, casting prismatic shadows across the dust-laden floorboards of a chamber untouched for centuries. Professor Eleanor Moonweaver's wand illuminated the forgotten space with a soft azure glow as she traced her fingers over the massive tapestry that dominated the circular wall. The fabric seemed to pulse beneath her touch, threads of silver and gold intertwining with deeper hues of midnight blue and crimson, forming scenes that shifted like memories in a pensive. Eleanor had discovered the chamber quite by accident 3 nights prior, while pursuing a particularly mischievous niffler that had escaped from care of magical creatures. The small creature had scampered through a section of wall that had appeared solid for as long as any living staff member could recall. Now, returning for the 3rd consecutive night, she found herself increasingly transfixed by the impossibly detailed weaving before her. "Tempus Revelio," she whispered, her voice carrying the lyrical lilt of someone raised in the misty highlands. The tapestry shimmered in response, and the scenes began to move more rapidly, flowing like water until they settled on a vision of the great hall exactly as it had appeared at breakfast that morning, down to the precise pattern of spilled pumpkin juice on the Hufflepuff table. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. This was no ordinary magical artifact. This was something far more ancient and powerful. A true tapestry of fates, thought to exist only in wizarding legends. As the newest divination professor at Hogwarts, appointed after the retirement of the eccentric Sybil Trelawney, Eleanor had spent years studying prophetic magic across continents. Yet nothing in her research had prepared her for this discovery, a living record of past, present, and most disturbingly, future events. Her slender fingers trembled as she touched a section of the fabric that remained in constant motion, never quite settling into a fixed image. Dark tendrils seemed to weave themselves through established patterns, unraveling carefully constructed scenes and reforming them into something altogether more sinister. "It doesn't do to meddle with such things, Professor Moonweaver." Eleanor whirled around, her wand instinctively raised. Dorian Blackwood stood in the doorway, his tall frame silhouetted against the darkness of the spiral staircase beyond. The Slytherin head of House's expression remained impassive, though his obsidian eyes reflected the tapestry's shimmering magic. "Professor Blackwood," she acknowledged, lowering her wand slightly. I wasn't aware anyone else knew of this chamber. There are few secrets in Hogwarts that remain hidden from those who have walked its halls long enough." His voice carried the cultured tones of old wizarding nobility, each word precisely chosen. He stepped into the room, the hem of his emerald robes brushing the floor. "The question is, do you understand what you found?" Eleanor turned back to the tapestry. "It shows the future, doesn't it? Not possibilities or probabilities, but certainties." "Indeed." Blackwood moved beside her, his presence commanding yet oddly comforting in the face of such a discovery. "The tapestry of fates, created, it's said, by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, though few know of its existence. Fewer still can read its warnings. Warnings." Eleanor's gaze followed his to where the shifting tendrils were growing more pronounced, spreading across the fabric like ink in water. "Look there." Blackwood pointed to a corner of the tapestry where a figure was taking shape, a hooded entity with hands that seemed to be composed of thread itself, pulling at the very fabric of reality. The Weaver of Chaos. A being as old as magic itself, neither wizard nor creature, but something other. Eleanor's blood ran cold. "It's returning, isn't it? That's what the tapestry is showing." Blackwood's silence was answer enough. By the following week, Eleanor could no longer deny that something was terribly wrong within the castle walls. 3 students had collapsed during her classes, awakening with eyes that momentarily gleamed silver before they began speaking in voices not their own, uttering prophecies they couldn't recall afterward. The most troubling incident involved young Lysander Nightingale, a soft-spoken Ravenclaw third year who had seized Eleanor's arm during breakfast and spoken in ancient Celtic, a language the boy had never studied. Headmistress McGonagall had dismissed her concerns, attributing the occurrences to the heightened magical atmosphere that occasionally affected those with latent seer abilities. But Eleanor knew better. The tapestry was changing, and its magic was seeping into the very stones of Hogwarts. "We need to speak." Blackwood's voice cut through her thoughts as he appeared beside her table in the staff room. His normally impeccable appearance showed subtle signs of strain, a loosened emerald cravat, the faintest shadow beneath his eyes. Minutes later, they stood before the tapestry once more, watching as the image of the weaver grew more distinct with each passing day. "I've been researching," Eleanor said, pulling ancient scrolls from her robes. "The weaver isn't merely returning, it's being summoned. Someone within the ministry itself is attempting to harness its power." Blackwood's expression darkened. "The Department of Mysteries has always sought to control that which should remain free. Magic itself is being rewritten, Moonweaver. Surely you've felt it." She had. Spells that once came effortlessly now required greater concentration. Potions reacted unpredictably. Even the staircases of Hogwarts moved with erratic patterns that defied centuries of established behavior. "We need help," Eleanor decided. "Someone who understands the oldest magics." "The House Elves," Blackwood replied without hesitation. But they were here long before Hogwarts was built, servants to magic itself before they bound themselves to wizardkind. Corvink was the oldest of Hogwarts. House Elves, his skin as gnarled as ancient bark, eyes milky with age, yet seeing more clearly than many with perfect vision. He trembled visibly when brought before the tapestry, long ears flattening against his head. "The unweaving comes," he whispered, voice like dry leaves rustling. "Just as it did before the Great Sundering, when magic nearly died from the world. You've seen this before." Eleanor knelt to meet the elf's gaze. "Not seen, Professor Moonweaver, remembered. The memory of elves is long. The weaver comes when the balance tips too far, when wizards seek to bend magic rather than serve as its conduits." His gnarled finger pointed to the center of the tapestry. "The anchors must be restored." The image shifted to reveal 4 students, one from each house, their hands linked around a pulsing core of magic at Hogwarts' heart. "The founders created safeguards," Blackwood murmured. "Bloodline safeguards." Convincing 4 students of their destiny proved less challenging than anticipated. Perhaps it was the increasingly evident magical disturbances, or perhaps the blood of the founders recognized its purpose. Olivia Gryffindor Smith had always known of her distant ancestry, but never expected it to matter. Thaddeus Hufflepuff Jones discovered his lineage through Eleanor's research. Corvus Ravenclaw had always suspected, given his family's uncanny intellect. And Cassiopeia Black, despite her protestations, couldn't deny her direct descent from Salazar Slytherin himself. As magical disturbances intensified throughout Britain, reports of spontaneous transfigurations, weather anomalies, and temporal fluctuations flooding the prophet daily, Eleanor and Blackwood worked tirelessly to prepare the students for what was to come. The tapestry now showed the Department of Mysteries, where a circle of unspeakables surrounded a tear in reality itself. Threads of magic being pulled through by unseen hands. At its center stood Bartholomew Craven, head unspeakable, his face twisted with the hunger for power that had corrupted many before him. "Tomorrow night," Eleanor said, studying the shifting threads. "During the solstice, When the barriers between worlds are thinnest, Blackwood nodded grimly. Then we have no choice. The heart of Hogwarts lay beneath the Great Hall, in a perfectly circular chamber that did not appear on any map or architectural plan. The walls pulsed with raw magic, the 4 house emblems carved into the cardinal points glowing with their respective colors. Eleanor watched as the 4 students took their positions, each standing before their house emblem. Blackwood stood beside her at the chamber's edge, his wand ready. Remember, she told the students, magic seeks balance. You don't command it, you channel it. As the solstice moon reached its zenith, the chamber flooded with silver light. Miles away, in the Department of Mysteries, Craven would be completing his ritual, tearing open the veil between worlds to summon the Weaver. The students joined hands, and the chamber responded. Streams of colored light, scarlet, yellow, blue, and green, flowed from the emblems into the students, who gasped but held firm. Eleanor felt the magic building, a pressure against her skin like the moment before lightning strikes. The tapestry had shown 2 possible outcomes. Either the students would successfully rebalance the magical anchors, or the Weaver would enter their world completely, unwriting magic as they knew it. What the tapestry hadn't shown was her role. "Professor!" Cassiopeia cried out as the green light surrounding her began to flicker. "I can't hold it." Eleanor knew what she must do. The tapestry had one final secret, one that Blackwood had recognized but left unspoken. Someone needed to become the new Weaver, to counterbalance the chaos being summoned. She stepped forward into the center of the circle. "Dorian," she said softly, meeting his eyes one last time, "tell them I chose this." Before he could respond, Eleanor raised her wand and spoke words in a language older than Hogwarts itself. The chamber exploded with light as the magical streams converged upon her, lifting her from the ground. Her body began to transform, flesh becoming thread, bone becoming loom. In the Department of Mysteries, the ritual faltered as the magical balance suddenly shifted. The tear sealed itself, leaving Craven and his unspeakables bewildered. And in the heart of Hogwarts, where 4 students stood in stunned silence, a new tapestry formed, one with Eleanor Moonweaver at its center, her consciousness spread across every thread, her sacrifice woven into the very fabric of magic itself. "She knew," Blackwood said, his composure finally breaking as he approached the shimmering new creation. "The tapestry always needs a weaver." His fingers brushed the threads, and for just a moment he felt Eleanor's presence, not gone, but transformed, protecting the balance for generations to come. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, the castle's magic flowed once more with renewed harmony. The staircases resumed their predictable patterns, spells cast true again, and potions brewed as expected. Only those who had witnessed the night's events understood the sacrifice that had restored balance. And in a hidden chamber in the North Tower, a tapestry continued to record the past, present, and future, watched over by a weaver who had once been a professor with the courage to unravel her own fate to save the magic of the world. Story 6. The night sky above Hogwarts Castle fractured into 1,000 blazing trails as stars descended upon the ancient school like luminous tears. Not ordinary stars, these celestial fragments glowed with an otherworldly azure radiance that pulsed to an unheard rhythm, cutting through the protective enchantments of the castle as though they were gossamer veils. Professor Sinistra, who had devoted her life to charting the heavens, stood transfixed atop the astronomy tower, her weathered logbook forgotten in her trembling hands as the meteors rained down upon the forbidden forest, the Black Lake, and the very grounds of Hogwarts itself. Far below, in the Gryffindor common room, 17-year-old Orion Nightshade jolted awake from a restless sleep, his silver-flecked eyes wide with recognition rather than surprise. The dream vision that had haunted him since childhood, of stars falling like shattered crystal and voices speaking in tongues of light, was no longer confined to his slumber. Through the leaded windows, he watched as the meteors descended, each impact sending ripples of arcane energy across the grounds that only he could perceive. His hands instinctively clutched the amulet hidden beneath his robes, the one family heirloom his grandmother had insisted he never remove, a disc of unknown metal emblazoned with constellations no earthly astronomer had ever charted. "And it's beginning," he whispered to the empty room, his voice carrying the weight of 7 generations of Nightshade ancestors who had stood vigil against this very moment. By dawn, Hogwarts hummed with excited chatter as students rushed to examine the strange, crystalline fragments scattered across the grounds. Despite warnings from Headmistress McGonagall to leave the objects untouched, curiosity overwhelmed caution. Orion watched from the shadows of a courtyard archway as Damien McLaggen, a boisterous 6th year, tossed a glowing fragment between his hands like a quaffle. "Feels warm," McLaggen announced to his admirers, "and sort of singing. Can anyone else hear that?" No one could, but Orion did, a haunting melody that seemed to bypass his ears and resonate directly within his mind. The ancient words of his grandmother echoed alongside it. When the veil between spheres grows thin, the celestial ones will seek passage through vessels of flesh. By midday, strange occurrences plagued the castle. McLaggen was discovered levitating unconsciously above his bed, his skin emitting the same azure glow as the fragments. A 3rd-year Hufflepuff girl was found speaking in rhythmic, incomprehensible sounds while tracing complex geometric patterns in the air that lingered like luminescent cobwebs. A Slytherin prefect's shadow no longer matched his movements, instead performing a mesmerizing dance that entranced anyone who gazed upon it for too long. In the Great Hall, Headmistress McGonagall's voice cut through the mounting hysteria. "All classes are suspended until further notice. No student is to touch any of the fallen fragments. Those who already have must report to the hospital wing immediately." Orion slipped away from the crowd, his steps carrying him not toward Gryffindor Tower, but to the western edge of the castle where few ventured, the domain of Professor Firenze, the centaur divination teacher. As he approached the enchanted grove that served as Firenze's classroom and dwelling, he found he was not alone in seeking the centaur's wisdom. A girl with waist-length silver-blonde hair stood at the edge of the grove, her head tilted as though listening to music only she could hear. Luna Starfall, a Ravenclaw known for her peculiar beliefs and uncanny insights, turned to face him before he announced his presence. "The constellations are singing out of tune," she said, her voice melodic yet tinged with concern. Her eyes, unlike any he had seen before, reflected the starlight even in daylight, a swirl of cosmic dust and nebulae. "You've come about the convergence too, haven't you, Orion Nightshade?" Before he could respond, the sound of hooves announced Firenze's arrival. The centaur's wild, white-blonde hair seemed more disheveled than usual, his blue eyes burning with an intensity that matched the fallen star fragments. 7 years I have read this warning in the heavens," Firenze said without preamble. 7 years the Ministry and even my own kind have dismissed my concerns as misinterpretation. His tail swished agitatedly. "And now the celestial convergence begins, and we find ourselves woefully unprepared. The fragments are changing those who touch them," Orion said, "transforming them into vessels." "Indeed," Firenze nodded gravely. vessels for entities that exist beyond the veil of our dimension, beings composed of stellar energy and ancient consciousness that seek corporeal form. He turned to Luna. You see the patterns, do you not, child of the starfall line? Luna nodded, her fingers tracing invisible constellations in the air. The fragments scattered in a perfect Cassiopeia formation. It's not random. They're creating a gateway configuration. A summoning circle, Orion added grimly. By the next full moon, the pattern will be complete, and the barrier between dimensions will collapse entirely. The unlikely trio spent the night in Firenze's grove. Poring over star charts and ancient texts the Centaur had preserved, despite the Ministry's attempts to classify them as dangerous knowledge. Luna's ability to see stellar patterns revealed that 12 major fragments had landed at key points around Hogwarts, forming a dodecahedron of power that would amplify the dimensional tear. We must gather the fragments before more students are transformed, Firenze insisted. Each vessel created strengthens the celestial ones. Hold on our realm. Dawn found them venturing into the Forbidden Forest, where the largest fragment had created a perfect circular clearing of charred earth. As they approached, the trees seemed to bend away, not from damage, but as though deliberately making way for something majestic. The fragment pulsed at the center of the clearing, larger than the others, the size of a dragon's egg and pulsating with hypnotic patterns of light. As Orion stepped closer, his amulet burned against his chest, glowing through his robes with the same azure light. Careful, Luna whispered, but her warning came too late. The moment Orion's shadow touched the fragment, visions crashed through his consciousness like tidal waves. Stars being born and dying, civilizations rising across impossible landscapes of crystalline mountains and oceans of liquid light, and beings of pure energy communing through song rather than speech, and through it all, a sense of desperate yearning, of exile and loss. He fell to his knees, gasping. "They're refugees," he managed to say as the visions receded. "Their world is dying, collapsed into a black hole. They seek sanctuary, not conquest." Luna knelt beside him, her eyes reflecting the same visions. "But their nature is incompatible with ours. Their mere presence transforms our reality, which is why they need vessels," Firenze concluded. "Human mages who can channel and contain their essence without disrupting the fabric of our dimension." The revelation struck Orion like a physical blow. "That's why my family has guarded against this, not because the celestial ones are malevolent, but because the transformation is irreversible. Those chosen as vessels will cease to be human." Over the next 3 days, as the moon waxed toward fullness, their quest grew more desperate. 6 fragments they managed to secure, using enchanted containers crafted from moonstone and elderwood. But for each they retrieved, another student succumbed to transformation. The hospital wing filled with affected students, their bodies gradually becoming more ethereal, their speech transforming into the same melodic, incomprehensible language. The Ministry finally responded, sending a delegation of unspeakables who established a perimeter around Hogwarts and began forcibly containing transformed students for research purposes. Their methods were cold, clinical, treating the affected as specimens rather than children. On the eve of the full moon, as Orion, Luna, and Firenze prepared for the ritual that might seal the dimensional rift, the amulet around Orion's neck shattered, revealing a fragment of the same stellar material at its core, one that had been with him since birth. "You've carried a piece of them always," Luna said softly, understanding dawning in her cosmic eyes. "That's why you can hear their song, why you alone truly understand their intentions." Memories long suppressed flooded back, his grandmother's whispered confessions of a night when stars fell, and her daughter, Orion's mother, was found cradling a child that glowed with inner light, a child not entirely of earth. "I am part celestial," Orion whispered, the truth resonating through his very being. A bridge between worlds. The final ritual took place at the heart of the Forbidden Forest, where the 12 fragments had been arranged in the pattern Luna had divined, not to strengthen the tear, but to heal it. As the full moon reached its zenith, Orion stood at the center of the array, his dual nature finally embraced rather than denied. "The veil can be mended," Firenze explained, "but it requires a conduit, one who belongs to both realms." "Me," Orion said simply. As he began the incantation, words that came to him not from any book, but from the stellar heritage in his blood, the transformed students appeared at the edge of the clearing, drawn by the calling of their new nature. The ministry officials followed, wands raised. "Stop this at once," commanded an unspeakable. "These entities must be contained and studied," but Luna stood between them and Orion, her own wand glowing with silver light. "You don't understand what's at stake. This isn't about control, it's about harmony." The celestial energy surged through Orion as the chant reached its crescendo. The fragments rose into the air, forming a spiraling vortex of light above him. Each transformed student added their voice to his, their combined song, creating a bridge between dimensions, not for invasion, but for understanding. In that moment of perfect communion, Orion made his choice. He could close the rift permanently, severing the connection and returning the transformed students to their human state. But doing so would require sacrificing his own dual nature, burning away the celestial essence that had always been part of him. Or he could establish a stable, controlled connection, a permanent embassy between worlds that would allow the celestial refugees limited access while protecting Earth from the full transformative effect of their presence. As the magic peaked around him, Orion chose neither path alone, but forged a third option. Drawing upon both his human compassion and celestial insight, he created not a wall but a gate, one that would stand at Hogwarts for generations to come, a passage that could be opened only through cooperation between species. The light subsided, leaving the clearing bathed in gentle luminescence. The transformed students remained changed but stabilized, no longer losing their humanity, but existing in a harmonious blend of both natures. They would become the first guardians of the Stellar Gate, their lives dedicated to maintaining the delicate balance between worlds. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, the night sky reclaimed its familiar patterns, but with one difference. A new constellation shimmered above the castle, one shaped like a doorway between worlds. Astronomers would later name it Nightshade's Gate, never knowing the true story behind its sudden appearance. And in the astronomy tower, where it had all begun, Orion stood with Luna beside him, their hands intertwined as they gazed upward at the stars that were now, in some ineffable way, a part of them both. "Not an ending," Luna whispered, "but a beginning." Orion nodded, feeling the dual rhythm of earth and star pulsing through his veins. A convergence rather than a collision, and somewhere beyond the veil of night, the song of the fallen stars continued, no longer a lament of exile, but a hymn of newfound harmony.